Good evening and welcome. Yeah, it's not going to get any better than that. All right. Reading comprehension. Yeah. So sometimes days just. Nick Peterson, thank you for the prime and welcome. Yeah, sometimes these days when I don't have the kids around, the world just sort of. The days slip into each other, and I kind of forget what I was supposed to do if I had any plans outside of sort of my own schedule and maintaining that. Oh yeah, it's Thursday. I thought it was Wednesday. Yeah, there we go. See, exactly. So anyway, the point is that I was making dinner. I do cook dinner a bit early because, well, I do sometimes. So I was cooking dinner. I was searing my steaks, and I just thought, okay, set the alarm to 4 minutes, then we'll turn around. And then my phone went off, and I went like, that's not 4 minutes. I looked at it, and then I went like, parent teacher for my son in 10 minutes at school. I'm fucked. So I took of all the stuff I was cooking, and then ran out, looked myself in the mirror, like, there's no way I can show up like this. Also, there we go. All the dead, jump out into the car, race over there, and just rushing in like 2 minutes too late. And all right, and it's empty. And then I finally look at my invitation, and it says Teams. Well, that's fucked. So, yeah, it was not at the school, it was on Teams. So there it was. Yeah, that was that. So how has your day been? So that's basically. So I went home and then just looked at this mess in the kitchen. Like, let's see if we can salvage that. Yeah. So yeah. Sometimes when I don't really, when I'm just in my groove and the kids are here, then I just lose all track of time and date and all that stuff. It sort of revolves around, all right, I gotta get up, I gotta do this thing for YouTube, and then in the evening I need to do something else, and then what am I gonna do for the rest of the day? All right, then let's figure that out. And I don't have that many things that are planned, so I don't really often look in my calendar. So that's the thing. Delta Fire Dragon, good evening. I've been watching very serious from you and been working on a modded Satisfactory save with refined power. Don't know what that is. Don't play with mods, but sounds fun. I hope so. Otherwise, there's no reason to do it. Got my heating pump fit, so kind of good day. Not sure I'm gonna be as happy when the bill turns up. Ah, yeah, that sucks. Yeah, I also got my heating fixed as well, so that's nice. Hello, Jimorian. Thank you very much for the raid. And welcome, all you Jimorians. That sounds like a race from Star Wars. Definitely does. Oh, that's Gamorreans. Oh, not the same, I think. Playing Dyson Sphere program. So, Jimorian, have you... are you preparing for the new update coming next week, or just chillaxing with it again, or working your way through achievements? Have you done the achievements? I'm interesting. I really want to do an achievement run. I'm gonna do one starting Thursday next week. I guess that's when it comes out. Yeah, 1 week from now. Mods, do you like the kind of mods that are just interface stuff, or the kind that doesn't affect gameplay? Generally, I don't like mods, because I think that I almost always want to experience the game the way the developers intended it. Plus, the added part is, let's say, this refined power that has green power sources like solar, water, wind. Can you imagine how often I would have to explain what this thing is that you're seeing on screen? And I just don't bother. It's if I start playing something like Satisfactory and add some solar power, and then every time someone sees a solar panel, they'll go like, "Whoa, what's that? What's that?" And I go like, "Yeah, that's mod," and blah 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 blah, and it's the same thing all over again, and it's just not worth it. Plus, there's also the part about if you're going to be ranting and raving about the game, then it should be sort of the purest part. Let's say that you add some mods and they give really poor performance, then I don't think that's a good idea. But I might, like, when I'm really familiar and comfortable with the game, like Factorio, then I might say like, okay, I want this thing fixed, so let's fix it. Like vehicles driving in a straight line. That's just stupid. Let me drive in a straight line, all right? So let's add that. And then small convenience things. So it's very much a big part of it is about sort of the experience as a streamer. The more changes I make to the game, the fewer will be able to sort of follow along and resonate with it. So, Sakotero, what kind of DSP update? They are adding 2 new machines, advanced miner and a proliferator that we don't know what is. And then I haven't played since they have achievements, and I haven't played since they had these notes indicators things on belts. So we'll give it a shot and see what's there. Even distribution is also like really nice, and I think that Factorio is a game where I played it so much that I don't see the point. I mean, there's some things in Satisfactory that I really wanted, like being able to run around with empty hands. There's a mod called Empty Hands, and I think was it Total Eclipse who had it installed, I think. And I think it's not changing anything, but every time you would see that weird icon with the empty hands, you would be asking, and then I'd be, yeah, well, so I just play it the way it is. So I think that for the first 500 to 1,000 hours, I'm not going to do it. There is one place, like for example, Dark Souls, I immediately added a mod so that it would show my PlayStation icons instead of the Xbox icons. That's just convenience. So I don't have to look at it and go like, I wonder where the B button is. So that's kind of how I do it. Oh, then it might have been bits that I saw playing that. If this DSP update is going to be, or it's definitely not going to be. They said no combat stuff, so it's about mecha customization, which I don't care about, and then the 2 miners, like advanced miners, sounds good, and then achievements. That's something we haven't done, so we can do an achievement run on stream, and then I can sort of do an achievement let's play guide thing on YouTube as in the same time. That makes sense, right? Just a regular playthrough, getting some of the achievements, but not concentrating on it. Okay, so you're just picking up whatever you get along the way. Cool. So that is my plan for next week. Oh, also, tentatively, I am planning to do since tomorrow. Oh, zoom back. Tomorrow is the 3-year anniversary of me getting fired, so that would make it also the 3-year anniversary of me being a full-time content creator, because I didn't have another job after 3 years after tomorrow 3 years ago. So that that is fireversary. Yes, absolutely. So that's also a good opportunity to maybe do an AMA. So I'm tentatively planning on doing an AMA on Monday, maybe, because I don't think I have anything else planned on Monday. And it would sort of coincide with sort of the 3 anniversary. I'm going to do a YouTube channel update on Saturday, whatever day that is. It's not tomorrow. So on Saturday, and then AMA is an Ask Me Anything. So if you have some burning questions that you want answered, then post them in that YouTube comment, or sit in them, or throw them at me, and maybe we can even have some moderators sort of collect things if it's a dedicated AMA. The idea is that there might be some things that you're interested about, like, oh, why did you, and hey, are you, how would you approach this thing? Like, this is your opportunity to get relationship advice from someone who hasn't been in a relationship for 6 years. But since he's an online personality, he must have the answers to anything you would want to. That's kind of how things work. Or how to deal with your crippling depression. Like, please don't ask those kind of questions. Saving relationships through Factorio PvP. Yeah, about as likely to happen. When is single, I can coach you. Well, 6 years and since getting married, since getting divorced, yeah. Any more Captain of Industry soon? No, probably not. I don't expect that. I might do another. I honestly don't think so. It was good to do that, but I think I want to wait until it comes out in March and then have that sort of hot on the agenda. That makes kind of sense, right? Should I focus on getting my ITIL certifications even if I don't plan on managing? I mean, those things have nothing to do with each other. So anyway, so you get those questions a lot. Understandable. It's just one of those things where I just watch someone else do an AMA, and it's always like, oh, what is your secret for maintaining a relationship? It's like, it's a guy playing video games. Why would you think he's an oracle? Like, if you are gonna answer stupid things like that, go find your other answer. Your answer is not asking someone online just because he has a camera on him doesn't mean he knows shit. Probably not, because he spends all his evenings talking to a camera. That's probably not a good. He's probably not equipped to give you relationship advice. So, but knock yourself out. It's like, it just doesn't make any sense. But anyway, it's all good. So that's basically like, come up with some good questions, something you want to sort of want to know, and then just throw them on that YouTube video that I do there, or sit in them and join maybe Monday. Now, promises on Monday, but keep an eye on the schedule. And I'm kind of leaning towards Monday, because then it's going to be sort of before we do the licensure program. Yeah. How to stay effective in a relationship. Yeah, it's all about minimizing the impact on your life. Cool. So I think that was our sort of spiel for before we get started on the game. So let's fire up the game. Is that the right one? Yeah, that's the one. And then fire it up. I don't know, Baked Bean. I never did anything, and I'm single, so there's maybe a correlation. Want a connection with their favorite streamer? Doesn't matter how much stuff do they know. By the way, you are pretty balanced and knowledgeable person, so don't know about relationship advice, but you're pretty okay on a lot of stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think that I have an advantage over most people in chat. in the sense that I have more experience being alive than most people have. Actually, yeah, most people. So, given that fact, I think that it's that is experience does count for something in terms of a lot of things in life. There, good. We got that up and running, and we got over there. Whoop. And this is our shit brown piss yellow factory. Thank you, Natsa, for your generosity, and and for the inspiring colors you've chosen for our beautiful factory. Did not work very well for a YouTube thumbnail, but all right, it is what we have to work with. I can always blame Natsa for my lack of views on my Satisfactory content, at least for this one. But I think it's the factory in and of itself is amazing and awesome and cool. It's a crappy factory. It makes copper. It makes... So let's just recap it. Well, actually, you can watch the YouTube. I tried to make it a short one, and I think I actually kind of succeeded. So here is... What the hell is that shadow? What? Oh, that's the that one. All right, so we have 600 copper ore coming in and 400 water goes down here, splits out into 20 on this side, 20 on this side. 20 of these will consume 300 copper ore and 200 water, and then we'll output 750 copper ingots. So times 1, 2, 3, 4. That means it's a total of 3,000 copper ingots per minute, and that's pretty damn nice. That should get us going for a while. What we want to do first is actually go back to the base and then complete the particle enrichment process thing. And once we have that, we can start working on some more. Then we can get the rest of all of the recipes, because then we've unlocked everything. That's good, I think. What's the blinking yellow on the radar? That was just the train that was didn't have anywhere to go. Nothing complaining anywhere. It's a nice little factory. The next factory will be built here. It'll be a battery factory, and it's going to be pretty big because we're going to get, let's see, sulfur, plastic, aluminium ingots, and copper ingots inbound here for this. So that's 4 inputs and 1 output. That's gonna be a lot. After we build the after we build the batteries, our next objective will be figuring out how to do a... That's really not where I wanted to go. And why do I always jump out of the train when I don't want to go where I want to? This is not how you operate trains. Hello! We did not want to go here. We didn't want to go to quartz crystals. We'll take that one. What happened with my arm? Nothing happened with my arm. It's just a thing. There's a command for it. There we go. Let's bump that up a bit. Doesn't collide with the camera, does it? Nope, you can't see the screens yet. So, it's all good. Right, so I think I want to make the factory, or the hub thing, a mix of different things. I don't think I want the trucks to go in. I'm just kind of not really feeling the trucks. I think I want to get drones in for majority of things. I didn't want to give this chance because the first platoon just not my thing, but now I see it also have trains. Damn it. I think I'm finally trying it out now. Yeah, it's a good, look at that. Look at these cute little trains. I know, at first it was like, oh, first person perspective, but then you just go like, yeah, whatever, that's just the way it is. And welcome, Omni. We're just gonna be Omni. Everything else is too complicated for me. Float, 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 float. And here we have exactly what we want. Built from last time, and Ah, land. There. All good. Last thing to launch.
Milestone reached. The particle accelerator enables previously impossible processes, such as recycling nuclear waste and converting it into plutonium, as well as the generation of exotic matter. A new project part enables progress to the next phase.
Does it though? So what did we actually get? We got the pressure conversion cube. Ooh, and we got the nuclear pasta. Power usage? Why does this one take power usage? What? How can an item require power? Huh? What? How does that work? Yeah, but then, I'm sorry, megawatt is not a unit of energy. That is a unit of transfer of energy. So if it takes 1000 megawatts, then it's a continuous process. Otherwise, it would be joule or megawatt seconds, megawatt hours, or something. I mean, there is nothing else that goes like this one. It says this takes power because you're producing in the machine, and that machine actually takes power to use. It's flowing power used. Okay. What do we make in the particle accelerator? Oh, power usage. Okay, so this one also says power usage. Plutonium pellets. So those are the two things we can make here. Nitric acid. Ooh. All right. But the idea is the nuclear pasta is the last item that we have on our list, and then we'll at some point figure out how to do these things once we've done everything else. Yeah. All of that, I have no idea. No idea what we're going to do with it. But the good thing is, we now, since we've unlocked everything, we can now start using our 13 remaining. There we go. And it's starting. Are you going to build nuclear power at some point? I'd really like to build nuclear power because I think it could be getting a couple of hundred views on YouTube. So that's also something. So what I basically, if the way I'm looking at this series, how far we have to go. So batteries, drones, a drone slash train slash truck powered hub for everything, nuclear power, and then the 4 items up in the top. So as you can see, that's definitely a lot of things that we still have to do. And then along the way, we'll have a lot of other things that we haven't even considered yet. Do nuclear with no waste or plutonium? I have no idea. Matt's project took me several days to make mine. Yeah, I also expect it to be big, but it's definitely something, and I think it's gonna be after the drone hub. You can sink plutonium fuel cells. All right, I know that there are some things we can do, but I haven't considered which option for all the things that we want to do we will do. Like, we are only focusing right now on the recipes that we are working on right now. So what I'm going to work on is get an awful lot of concrete, because we are going to build a lot of stuff for concrete. Wow, that is really not a lot that gets built here. Whoop. Okay, maybe that's too much. Maybe not. That's a problem. Don't think I'm going to use any of these anymore. Not right now. We have 70 of those left. What is our... What? Oh shoot, I don't have the mycelia. How many? Okay. Right, so the plan here is we are going to get some more steel beams, and then we're gonna go up. Ah, I need more wire. Good point. Oh, 5 wire. You might be right on that one. Not really working. Would that factory get torn down? No. Wire. Don't plan on taking anything down. Copper, iron plates, and rods. I think the rest is kind of okay, so we're good. Always need more of this. Do you really need the screws? Yeah, sometimes I do. Whoa, hello. It's only the awesome shop. Exactly. I think we bought everything from the awesome shop anyway. That's a lot. Okay, never mind. And go up. And go up to this point. Transport. Look left, look right, look left. There you go. Good morning, Everlist. And good evening, Mr. Mini. And let's see, add everyone. Good evening, everyone. Rush hour on stream. Add here. Alright. So. This is definitely where we want to take this out. Here maybe? Sure. Switch to zooping. I have no idea if this is like where it is, but it's a thing. This is it. Oh. Really? Whee, I can float. Look at my power lines. Yeah, look at my power lines. If you don't hate it, there's something wrong with you. Battery factory. Yes, indeed. And I have no idea how big it's going to be, but I kind of feel that it has to be pretty big. Yep, that's my power lines while doing this. I will do it completely unashamed. Okay, I'm a bit ashamed. Unabashed. I have no idea if this is big enough, but I need 5 stations plus a turnaround, so it's going to be pretty big, and it's going to be really nightmarish to build. Damn, souping. It's good. There. Yeah, I wish hovercraft would spend batteries. That's actually a good point. You could power that with batteries, that would be nice, because that's kind of the reason why for establishing a new factory, the way I build factories, the hovercraft is not that great because I'm always sort of building a new place. But if you have like one big factory and you fly around inside it and on top of it, then it makes perfect sense. I did 300, not enough for heavy duty use. Yes, that's actually right. We are going to use for batteries, we are going to use that one, the alternate. And our main problem is going to be the plastic. Because we have plenty here, we have plenty here, we have plenty here, but we do not have plenty plastic. But that means we need to build it. So. $15 per meter. What? Good for every active drone station. 15 per minute? 15 per minute. 15 per minute. No. That doesn't make any sense. That might be for each. I don't know. I can't remember, but unless they changed it years ago. What? Oh. I don't know. I mean, Bacon, you usually got your thing, but 15 per minute sounds way, way, way off. I remember doing 300 last time, or 270 or something, and it was just nowhere near enough. So how far do we need to make it between? I think that this is the outbound station. So should I get... I think I should make... Yeah, let's make this station. Let's make it. I feel this is curving. Nope, it's not. Okay, good. Yeah, not right now. Yeah. Yep, and that goes to that one. And could loop in. So it goes to that one. 1, 2. Loops into that. And proceeds. And then we need signals. And then we change to path signals. And path signal inbound. And a path signal inbound. That's it. Nope, it's not. That one didn't work. Still not. Man. So it's this one that doesn't somehow work. I think I'll bring it to that location. And let's see again. Now it's wrapped up. Cool. Many thanks to your YouTube and tips on Factorio. I'm a beginner and your videos are the best. Thank you very much and welcome. Thank you for taking the time to come on in here. I set up like 20 to 20 ports and 200 seemed to work fine. Oh, right. 10 to 20. That's probably it. Because I'm more thinking about like 40 to 50-ish. What? I'm powered. Powered. Does that seem curvy? I don't know. So this is the inbound thingy. It does seem curvy, doesn't it? It really does seem like it's curving. I don't like that. There's something here, right? There's some wobble on this one. And there's even more wobble on that one. God damn it. It's because of this thing here. It's probably this one as well. The whole damn thing. So this one should be stable because, well, it's a straight line. And then to see if these are still working. Nope, they don't work. God damn it, come on! Work, god damn it. It's so annoying that this doesn't work. Ah! God, let's try again. Let's try. It's not working. See, this one is not treating it as two different sets. I don't understand why. Nope, it's not cutting it. That makes no sense. There is no way in the world that this one is not two different parts. And I have to fall down. Come on. I have to take this out, and then this one will get fucked. There you go. Now it works. So you have to just take this one out. I'm 100% sure it works. It just doesn't change color if tracks doesn't come from anywhere. Okay. Did you decide if you're playing Data Boy? I decided not to. There has been zero interest from anyone about me playing it, so that's pretty. There's not been a single person who said like "yay" or "no." Oh, look at that! It's still fucked. Okay, so we'll try letting it be as it was. This is primarily just... Oh. How the fuck is that? How is that possible? It's a straight line from here to there, and then it still doesn't work. I'm getting pissed at these rails. That's unbelievable how annoying this is. Dragging from existing trail is always worse. There's not even aligned. Pfft. We're just gonna get this one for reference. It doesn't seem curvy. Anyway. I'm gonna get these train stations. How far am I gonna get in between each other? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 from each other. Is it gonna be 5 or is it gonna be 6? I think it's gonna be 6. From here it goes up to that point. And it goes. So this is first 1 tile. 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 5, and then it goes in to
our illustrious champion returns.
That one and
welcome home.
That one, which will then be here. Hello, Calico Play. Thank you for the 2 years of loyal subscription. Appreciate it. There. Okay, so that means this is going to be our position here. And that's not correct. I actually think I only wanted 5 then. One, 2, 3, 4. No. It's not this one, it's this one. I misplaced it. No. D Blank, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. So like this. From here, 1, 2. Four, 5, and then should make it easier. And let's see, goes to that one. There are blueprints in this Satisfactory modern world, but straight unmodded here. Yes. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4 out there, 5 out there, and then the curve around. Damn. Yeah. Oh, no. It's the frustration of the hovercraft is just adding on top of it. Ah, fuck, I forgot. Now I have 3 stations. I forgot that I should have brought this. 2 more stations and freight stations. I don't know how many. I'm gonna have 20 of these. Each one will be 4? I think so. Alright, let's go back and grab all of this. And I'm gonna have to take one of these out, because otherwise I can't build my station, or my train. This one goes first to fuse modular frame. It's close by. Go. You're missing a signal. I'm missing stations, so kind of irrelevant if I'm missing signals, since I don't even have anything built. I'm just, right now I'm placing things, so I'm also kind of like, well, you're missing the factory. I know. Oh, it's under my main line. Okay. Well, that's more severe. Oh no. There's probably no power there. Alright, so here we're just coming in for the modular frames. They should be hanging out here.
Our illustrious champion returns.
Anything else we need?
Welcome home.
Concrete, cable, motor, computers. Sultan Dragonbane, thank you very much for your 19 months. Thank you for supporting. Good to see you still around. Let's see, where would we want to go? I want to go to some computers, but I don't think I have anything that uses computers, right? No, so we have to kind of go back. Motors, I don't have anything that uses motors either. Turn on. I messed up the sub message. Bad at Twitch. Yeah, well, it happens. I don't even know how to do the sub message. I tried when I subbed to things, then I go like, okay, I guess I first pay and then I get the option. I go like, blum, you'd also subscribe, and I go like, how am I supposed to say anything then? So I don't even know how it's done. So the fact that you can even write something wrong is still an improvement for me not being able to write anything. So there is that. Motors, computers, that's what we need. I goddamn did it again. I just keep jumping out of the train instead when I want to park it. Go back to here. And build our Explorer. Motors. We're staying here by the side. Hopefully we don't. Ah, you don't do that. This is just not working, right? There we go. Parking. Hello, Random Max. Good to see you. How many do we need? Like this, maybe? That's too much. No, think that one. Then we need some computers and preferably also some cable, but well, let's see. If I ever make this game, I'll have noob tubes along each highway intersection. Yeah, but it doesn't actually work very well. The problem is that you can't you can't change your direction. So you have to have, every time you would potentially make a choice, you'd have to sort of go out and go in again. And over longer distance, it actually just becomes a bit annoying. So they're great for sort of, I need to go from A to B, sure, but if you halfway to B then decide that you actually want to go to C instead, then you have to make an intersection there. Whee! That's a good slide. Okay, so I guess this is just going back now, which means I have to pick this one up again, which I probably can't do. Almost offish. And then comes the problem of picking this one up and then finding room for all the junk here. These 5, are they important? I don't know. Ooh, I probably need that one as well. That's probably not important. Oh, right, we have... don't mind me, don't mind me. Thank you. I didn't need my legs. Yeah, what else? We don't need any liquids right now. Good. Actually, let's go here. Just top up on a Caterium, because why not? There, that's now topped up. Oh no, up, flying down. Oh, up. Can I? No, I can't. I can unfortunately just go manual, which is not going to be great. Okay, off we go. Again. It's a nice little base we got. Here's also a good place to build something, I suppose. Maybe. What's the problem out here? Saying that there's a problem with my signals? Don't see. What's the problem with my signals on my main line? No right turn either. That's good. Okay, so let's build this one. Imagine that's gonna be oh, I have no idea how many this would be. But I know that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, so it has to be a 4x4. So this one will have to be so it's there. Yeah, that seems like the same distance between them. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one has to be even shorter. Wait, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Really? All the way there? Because I can't do a 3-turn, which I really want to do, because then if I did a 3-turn, I would have like a 1 segment here that I couldn't fulfill. So that's not happening. And this one has to go in. So we can continue on the side. And I'll do the same on this side. How long is this? This is 1, 2, 3 fields. Okay, so that's probably going to be the same on this side. 1, 2, 3. I'll just put it in. And then go 1, 2, 3, 4. Whatever. I'll build it where I think I should build it and see if it works. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. So now I have all of the parts inbound. Now I just need to get the one on the other side here, which means that has to be, actually this one has to go back, and this one I don't know how far it's going to be, but let's just do it this way. So that cuts this corner, and it has to go around here. What's the VOD of your previous Satisfactory stream? Was that the first time you had a train crash? Nah, I've had a few other equally deliberate train crashes. It's a fun and cool feature, but it's not something that'll ever happen unless you drive recklessly manual on a fully automated rail line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this out here is going to be go out. What? Okay, so this will be 1, 2, 3. Fucked it up again. One, two. One, two, three. 1, 2. Fucking hell! Goddamn! I hate these trains. Why are they so bad? How can they do that? It's even to even, and then it still just goes to shit every time. I'm really pissed on these trains today. These tracks are just not behaving. Well, I guess that's what it looks like. We will have plenty of time below to build whatever we want. After I'm able to get the trains, of course, I'm hearing the game progress a little slowly. Yeah, very much, very slowly. Another
loyal devotee.
Okay, that's nice. So, something on Patreon. Thank you very much, whoever has joined on Patreon. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. If there's anything. Earlier today there was an annual Night of the Path, and I see now there was Thank you. There was a new person who joined, and there was also, I see someone else who joined and stayed a subscriber for all, or a patron for all of 5 minutes. Just enough to go in and snatch all the save games and then cancel again. God, I love that. But not the last one. Thank you very much, new protector of the path. I hope you will stay with us longer than 5 minutes. Quite a lot of people are doing that. Just basically go like, I'll pay $5 and then snatch all this save games. It's honestly quite common. Let's see. I want to go that 1, 2, 3, 4. Till 5 exactly, but it's also why that sometimes someone will pledge on the 30th of the month and then they'll be charged for the full month, and then next day they'll be charged for the next month, and that kind of sucks, but I have to do that. Otherwise, if I only charged at the end of the first month, then it would literally be nothing. It would be free to just pledge and then claim the rewards and then leave again. So have to do that, because otherwise, well, people are just going to abuse it. 1, 2, 3. And then that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we think that's 4? No, that's not. It's not supposed to be 4. It's supposed to be 5 then. 1, 2, 3. Two, 3, yeah. 1, 2. So 5. And then this one? Yes. Okay. Wonder if that also gonna be fucked. Nope, it looks somewhat okay. Three, 4, 5. Inbound. 3, 4, 5. Inbound. How much you want to bet that it's crooked when I look back at it? Oh, it wasn't. Cool. So we have our train station done. Yay! Yeah, I have a break coming up now, so I'll just check it out. Thank you, Notonius. That one is out. And then I cut this part out as well. I want to make sure that this factory is only the necessary size. We can always make it bigger if we need it, but I don't think the battery build will take more than this floor space. Who knows? Took your update 4 drone port idea and several factorial blueprints and then went Templar. So I did it backwards. Yes, well done. Well done, Emperor. I prefer it that way. And that's the thing, like, there will always be some who will, that's why I do it this way. Like, I want to just deliver as much as possible for sort of available to everyone. And then, we'll see. One other thing I am going to do, when I do the AMA stream, I'm going to do subscriber only chat. So that only subscribers can ask questions. Because that's just the way I want it. Anyway, I just thought that was a good idea. There. Yeah. That's a good start. That's a good first hour, I think. So let's just do the save here. 159. There we go. Ah, what if I say? Oh, you're good. You got a good point, Carmot. You got a good point. Though it is kind of rare. Yeah, maybe I won't do it then. Damn, you're too clever. Yeah, I probably won't do it. Anyway, what I will do is I'll take a short break, 2 minutes, and then we'll be back, and then we'll start doing the design for how we want the batteries to be set up. That's going to be interesting. So, be back in 2. And we are back. Boop. Let's see. Good stuff. And something new on Patreon. I think it's just a name change. Looks very much like a name change. It was. I think. Otherwise there was another cancel. Nope. Mangek, thank you for your pledge as a protector of the path, and thank you for staying at least 15 minutes. Woohoo! Okay, do we have any idea about which one should be where? I think that the one furthest out should be the output. Now that I think of it, will there ever be an output? Something that will require batteries? Yeah, well, maybe kind of. I don't know. Will there ever be one that requires batteries? Supers? One of the elevator parts. Alright. This one will be batteries. And the next one will be battery. Oh yeah, the hard drive, yeah. Copper. There. Good stuff. Hello, Hyper NN. Thank you for the 3 months. The ma'am. Yes, the ma'am. I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Alright, what do we got here? What we got here? That's some yellow stuff. What is AMA? Ask me anything. Maybe that should be in there. AMA brackets. Ask me anything. That's been asked a lot. I thought it was just completely common knowledge what it was. Well, anyway, we're gonna get all of them. What is that? Does that require a conversion pressure? Oh, no, what? Oh, this requires a conversion pressure cube. Ah. Well, I think we'll take... Is this good? I don't know. We'll take all of them anyway. We need all. Must get them all. They're like Pokemon. Must get them all. Good. So let's start building the level below. There will be... No, there won't be anything else that we need in terms of... Sort of... I'm dead. I'm alive. Let's get the power line downstairs first. This one. Yeah, that looks good. I need to get it out to this corner. Here. Oh, by the way, we are burning through our hype train things. So if I can ask a moderator to check if who's the hype train owner winner to be added for this one. Hold on, 1, 2, 3. I maybe want this one not to be here. No. How far do we want to go down? Like, something like this. Yeah, this is probably like a nice space. Like, how much is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's a bunch of many. 9 is good. 9 would allow for refineries to be built as well. I'm not going to have refineries, but it's nice to know that we could if we wanted to. And down. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. No, 3 maybe. 1, 2, maybe 3. Good. And then out. It's 1. You can ask anything, but the funny thing about an AMA is you can ask anything, but it doesn't say anything about answering him. So that's also why so the way it's going to work is that we will be, I'll be getting some comments on YouTube, Twitter maybe, and then I will be selecting the ones that I want to answer here on stream, and then there will be some questions in stream that I'll also answer. And if someone asks stupid questions or things I just don't want to talk about, then I just ignore it. Very simple. There's no treatment that has an AMA trigger that works. Yeah, I think that's actually, I mean, I like the idea of sort of like spend X channel points to ask me anything. And I think, no. Okay, I'm just going to do that to save myself. I like the idea, but on the other hand, like, just ask, right? It's not like there's too much conversation going on in chat. So I don't want to be gatekeeping conversation here. Especially here in January, I really feel that it's been taking a step down, and I don't know what I'm doing different, but it's harder to get something. That's not it. it's just been a lot harder in January. Go. Majin Goku and MDEP. Oh, cool. Awesome. Here. That's a lot of explosives. Well, here. Now the likeness of me against streaming currents high, it's probably best to answer questions. It's up to yourself. I've used to ignoring it if I don't want to answer it. How he usually goes on vacation in January because ad revenue and subs take a dive after the holiday. Yeah, that's true. It is true, but I don't care. I mean, I don't see this as a job in that sense. I don't see it as... I understand if you want to have a break, then taking a break when it's cost you the least is a good idea, obviously. Smart man. But that's not really how I see it. I mean, what the fuck else would I do if I wasn't streaming tonight? So I kind of hope that it's... I can kind of hope that there's still going to be something. Like, for example, like, on that regard, there was one crazy Bloodborne stream, like 3, 4, 5, I don't know, last week. Maybe this was that was absolutely crazy and amazing. And then, for example, the last 3 streams, there hasn't even been close to a hype train. Last Saturday, yeah, exactly. So it's like you just can't tell. It's just gonna be like some days are good, some days are bad. Just on average, if you show up and you do your thing, then hopefully, on average, it'll work out, right? What do you think of the smart mob? Is the reason you don't use it? I don't play with mods. That's the reason. Pretty simple. We have smart mods. Yeah. Okay, so let me... Oh yeah, I wanted to go back here and indicate the actual winner of this hype train, of this location. That'll be right there. But it is like, that's the random nature, and that's why it's just something you have to tell yourself, like, it's not like I played worse or better one day or the other. It's just that sometimes something happens, and sometimes the sort of things just synergize really well, and other times it doesn't. And that's just, there's more coincidence than there's on a long term. There's of course the influence of the streamer, but on the short term, from day to day, even week to week, it's more luck of the draw. So that's how that's how I feel. All right, let me just scroll up and see if I can find it. Whew, good thing that was not my password I pasted there. Ooh. Finally not a Swedish color theme. Well, well, well. And I'm going to scroll down to see if there's anything here. Thank you, Frankie. Should we try figuring out which one we're going to go for right now? So we will be going this one. And then you... That's not a color. I'll try the 2 different colors here. So we'll see which one we like as primary and which one we like as secondary. And then maybe a mod can be ready for... Done. Boop, boop, boop. That's a beautiful color. And we'll switch around. There's a bit of blue. And we'll also do I'm out. Really? Really? Cables? No. I'll switch this around. It's looking good. All right, so let's get a vote in. Which one do we like? We'll call that purple, or do we call it magenta, or whatever we want it? Also don't like a chairboard. That's not an option, because that means I have to do this crap here all the time, and that's not happening. Yeah, okay, but I'm waiting for... okay, you guys don't know how voting works, and clearly maybe the moderators are working on it, but it's either magenta plus... There we go. Now the color is up, so get your votes in. You can sway your vote instead of just standing out here yelling. You can actually vote, 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 vote. Both look good. Like that. Or like this. So currently the magenta plus purple main magenta. What the? That doesn't make any sense. This is magenta purple. This is blue. What the hell? I don't get it. Which one is what? Whoever made this vote is not making any sense. I have no idea. This is kind of what? I'm also confused. Yeah. So whoever said about the smart mods, I think we have to backtrack on that one. The blue is purple. You know what? Maybe we should have said blue instead of purple. Here's a trick. If you are a moderator who's colorblind, maybe don't do these things. It's more like steel blue. Yeah, it's definitely not purple, and it's definitely not magenta. And this is definitely both magenta and purple. Yeah, I don't know. Nick, since you put the votes in, you get to decide. That's just how it is. We don't do a new vote. No new votes. What did you just vote for? Who the hell knows? No, don't put the blame on me. I'm not. The blue is definitely not magenta. No, but it's definitely not purple either. Looks like IKEA. If you say it looks like IKEA, I can't do it. Can't do it, man. Can't do it. I know. I have too many IKEA factories already. We have so much blue. Purple magenta. I think it was the right one. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe we should install that smart mods thing. Could help us. We have too many blue factories, so we'll do this one. There, done. Too many blue factories. This will be a nice change of color. So we lost you to the expense. Well, that sucks. Path signal. That also means I need a path signal here. Normal signals out. Some pay to vote, others decide. Exactly, that's democracy. It's one person per vote, and then the people who have the more money get more influence, but ultimately the person in power decides whether the vote is valid or not. I mean, I'm teaching you valuable life lessons. There. Don't need a second one, right? There, we got the MA. Got the MA command up and running. Right, so now I need to build the level below here and play with snowballs, I guess. Do trains collide? Yeah, but you have to be really careful to make them collide. Because as long as there are signals, they won't do it. It's basically like Factorio. So if you are driving around manually on an automated grid, then you can get some collision. This whole damn forest needs to be go. Yeah, bye-bye Blue Forest. Absolutely. It's a boring place. It's such a boring place. It's so bland. So, it deserves a snowball or two. Hey, buddy. Where are you? Oh no! Yeah. That's actually exactly correct. Wow. Now we just need to clear out the rest here. Didn't you see your comment? Nope. Time Devil, where's Time Devil? Oh, need to say thank you. Just built a modular factory, battery factory with 600 output. Wouldn't have been possible without your inspiring. Thank you. Right. Can you just come build that for me as well? Because I'd like to build the same thing. That is a shitload of plastic you need for that. Thank you, Mr. Mini. Anything out here? Yeah. Yeah, this might take a bit of time. Oh, there's something down there. A cave maybe? Or just some random stuff. Let's throw something down there and see what happens. Nothing really. That's a good throw. Can't see what it is, but it's probably something. Yeah, I know it can throw more, but it doesn't really make a difference. Because I need to be able to see. It takes forever to reload them. I can't see how that would be of any use except as sort of a gimmick of just throwing a million snowballs and then just watching them all blow. How far are we? Not there yet. Kind of getting lower concrete. Presumably that wouldn't surprise me. We've been using quite a bit. That was useless. Yep, kind of getting low. You're right. That's it. Let's see. Yeah, so back for more concrete. Well, I did use quite a bit here. I might be overbuilding this slightly. Alright, should we just go... Should just go and check this potential, maybe a slug cave. There's one thing it absolutely is, and that's full of spiders.
This is paternal figure. I have taken ill and need your help to find a cure. Doctors say that the only remedy is alien artifacts.
Nope. One useless Mercer sphere coming up. Well, that was kind of useless. Well, now we know. Ooh, by the way, these ones, I can't even chainsaw this. So I can't even get the mycelia from this because I don't have the chainsaw. Oh, this is bad. Screws, yeah. How does anyone play this without modding out spiders? Because that mod is absolutely stupid. I don't understand it, and I don't approve of it. It's that simple. I don't approve of something like this. I feel it is just. Yeah, I think it's overly fussing, and it is a sign of our times that game developers have to sort of protect the poor people. Like, oh no, I'm afraid of something, and then you're like, all right, then the developers have to do everything in their power to make sure that you can't do that. And like, come on, right? It's the same argument like, oh, Dark Souls need an easy mode because accessibility. Like, no, sorry. If you can't play the game the way it's intended, maybe that game is not for you. You don't have a right to play the game. And if you can't stand this spider, it's not a goddamn spider even. It only has 4 legs. It's not a spider. So you shouldn't have your arachnophobia. Should not trigger from that. And then I just think it's like overly fussing, and it's just a sign of our times. Nothing can offend anyone. No one can feel any discomfort about anything at all. And if they do, then they go to Twitter, and then it's everyone else's responsibility to make sure that you don't feel bad about something. Yeah. This is exactly what mods are for. Just get a mod, remove it, done. The same with color blindness. There's a lot of people who are colorblind, but I don't think it's the responsibility of the game developers to do everything about it. It's nice if they do, but they're certainly not under any obligation to do it, because there's a lot of things that just don't work. Sure, I think it's amazing that you can do these kind of things in colors, but there's also a part about, well, this game is supposed to look like this, so sorry, maybe this game is not for you. There are tons of games that are not. I mean, it's not like I can say I want auto-aim in FPS games because I suck at aiming. Well, that's my problem, so don't play those games. It's just basically everything has to be accessible to everyone at all times under all circumstances, and I think it's gotten way out of hand. And I think it's primarily the sort of the entitlement. I know this was not at all the entitlement that was implied or anything like that, but it just got me rambling. Is accessibility, which I'm totally fine with, but removing spiders for what? I think it's also fine, but you can also just say that, see, what about when you have competitive games and a big part, like it feels like, so it's the same with movies. Like, not every movie is accessible to everyone. Well, I don't understand Spanish, so I can't watch the Spanish movie. That's not the movie's fault. That's just me. That just means this movie is probably not for me if I don't want to read it with subtitles. Tough luck. It might be the best movie ever, but if I don't understand Spanish or Chinese or whatever, then I'm gonna have to sit through it with subtitles or not enjoy it at all. And it's just the same with games. If you don't want a difficult game, don't play Dark Souls. If you can't play a difficult game, don't play Dark Souls. If you can't aim for shit, don't play first-person shooters. It's not the responsibility of the developer to make your first-person shooter accessible to you. If they want to make it difficult, then sure, it's their choice. And it's nice, but it's absolutely way down on the priority list. And I also think that there's a certain developers have a prerogative to do whatever the hell they want with their game. I'm just thinking it's about something like Bloodborne. Like, can you imagine a Western game coming out in 2022 where you kill pregnant women? I couldn't imagine that. I could not imagine that. Or kill the newborn baby. I just don't think that's something that exists in these days. But it's a fucking work of art. It's doing something in a game is not the same as doing it in real life. It's like the same thing that Ricky Gervais always says. No, it's not. It's Jimmy Carr. I think the joke is not the same as doing it. And I think that's very, very true. People are like, oh, you joked about something. That must mean you condone it. Like, no. I hate the no all chat in FPS games. Yeah. But it's just one of those things where I think that I think it's super weird that they chose. I know that they chose to do specifically this part because they have a developer who has crippling arachnophobia. But if I'm looking at it from a product development perspective, and this is the evil manager coming up in me, I'm gonna be like, no. It's just let me look at the product backlog, and this thing, so that one of our developers doesn't freak out. Like, sorry. It's just really it's just, I mean, oh, I don't like cheese, so there can't be cheese in my game. Like, well, deal with it, all right? And I don't know, maybe I'm just being harsh and old and all that stuff, but it's just my opinion. Of in-game chatting. Yeah, nothing good ever comes out in-game chat. Absolutely, and I think that it's a good idea to, I think it's a good idea to remove. Hate the no all chat in FPS games. No all chat. I think it's a good idea because people playing competitive games are generally very, very toxic. Generally, I mean, they're not, but there's just a fair chance of it, and this is the reason. One of the big reasons why I don't play anything PvP or anything collaborative. It's just that people suck, and I don't want to give them access to this stream. So if you have a like, it's a big problem from a company if because most is the wrong thing. There is a disproportionate amount of angry teenage boys with no social skills playing FPS games. They are disproportionately overrepresented, and if one female gamer comes into that and actually wins or loses or just exists or says something, yeah, that's not working, right? That's not working. And I would, as a game developer, go like, nope, we are not gonna give them an outset and give them a platform to be toxic. I think that's very, very reasonable. Hey, Hachu, thank you. Is that a hypertube train to the left? This one? Yeah, it's a cannon. Just throws me far away fast. Whew. Thank you, Hachu. I think that was that a let's break his his ramble before it gets over the top. Where did I want to go? Oh, cables. Always cables. Always cables. Right. Rent interrupted. Yeah. All it took was 500 bits. That's low. That's low for interrupting a good ramble. I just don't think it's. I don't think it adds anything, and I think that this is why do you think one thing is good and one thing is bad? Well, I think that it's heavy modular frames, plastic, cable, more heavy modular frames. And hello, Treehugger, by the way. Long rant or interrupt rant? Chances are 50-50. Well, can give it a shot, then see what happens. I think toxicity is super prevalent in gaming circles, and there's just way too many men, boys, guys. Yes, that's stereotypical, but it is, who just don't behave themselves, and because of that, I think also game developers they can't just ignore it, because ignoring it is to a certain extent it's also accepting it. For a good cannon, like this is okay. Let's try it. We're gonna need some plastic, and we're gonna need some heavy modular frames. Let's go find some more heavy modular frames. They hit online 100 times. Preteen called me. Yeah. Yep, that's I'm just, the reason why I can't play Sekiro anymore, which is a shame because I love that game. But one of my favorite prosthetics is a firecracker, and that's a banned word now on Twitch. So I can't play that game anymore. That's so ridiculous. That is just, can't see the forest for the trees. Nope, without the fire, then it's a banned word. People literally get banned for it, but of course, probably also some contextual thing here. Because it is a derogatory term, and it's a racial slur, and I can't keep up with those kind of things, and I don't really want to keep up either. But it's really difficult when things that are sort of part of, yeah, just there are. It's just really difficult to keep up with what is allowed and what is not allowed, and what is okay and what is not okay, because it always it changes, and it's inconsistently enforced. So yeah. So that's and what's, so here's the thing from a streamer perspective that's always really annoying is that I know pretty well, hopefully, how to touch upon a topic or work around it in a way that I feel is safe, but you as a collective don't. And there will always be one among the 300 or however many people are here who will just have absolutely no clue and go way over the line, where I'm like, there was a reason why I didn't go there, because I wanted to sort of have that professional distance. Such as, hey, let's talk about COVID. Then you can go like, that sucks. And then someone will go, well, actually, I read this article. Like, no, we don't want to go down that path. And it was deliberately that I did not go down that path. Because it is just not worth it. That's also why we don't talk about politics. The thing I can mention about politics are the sort of the things that are so irrelevant for everyone that it's just the silliness that goes on in Danish politics. I can mention that as a good, funny story. For example, I told you maybe some of you were here, about the head of the Danish Secret Service, no, it's not Secret Service, CIA, who was arrested in December. And now it turns out that he was arrested, but it was only in January that it came out that he was arrested. So it was leaked that he was arrested because otherwise it was secret. But it turns out that shortly after he was arrested, there was a break-in in his house. That's just concrete. Yeah, concrete. We were sort of going for the concrete. It's just one of those things where, right? There is no way that when the head of the CIA gets secretly arrested and then 2 days later someone breaks into his house and ransacks it. Yeah, thank you, Americans. Thank you. You're good allies. There is no doubt that this is U.S. agents doing it. There's no doubt. It cannot be anyone else. It is just, it's like right before the Iraq War, which one of them it was, there was a fugitive who was a general in the Iraqi war. He had an asylum in Denmark and he was under protection. And then suddenly, during a coffee break when the police were sort of away, he disappeared. Vanished into thin air under police protection in some random suburb in Denmark. Just poof, disappeared, never heard from since. Like, yeah, that's how it is. Of course it is. Just vanished. Those are the kind of thing where you're like, My God, this is spy novels. They actually are not. They're not incorrect. There. Concrete. Mid-level official. What? Zero extra security at the home of the head of CIA. No, probably not. It's a private home. It's Denmark. It's like nothing bad ever happens. It's like I don't know. Did you start another? No, I didn't. Good point. Concrete. Did anyone see the news that the undersea data cable to Norway's satellite base station on Svalbard was cut somehow recently? Well, that can only be Russians, isn't it? Just exerting their force in the Arctic Sea. Or maybe I'm just being It is actually like some of the things that I did not sort of reconcile the fact that almost every day the Danish Air Force has to scramble jets to throw out Russians out of Danish airspace. Like, that is ridiculous. And the same, I know Sweden has a lot of problems with Russian submarines roaming in their waters as well. I've read somewhere or heard, I can't remember, it was like a big North Atlantic military exercise, probably someone who knows more about the details, where like at sea and the whole sort of North Atlantic Navy, everyone was there and they were doing exercises, and then there was the attacking force was apparently some of the Swedes were there, and they snuck up with a submarine and sort of took out like Command HQ, or took out some really important parts, because that was a diesel powered submarine, and everything else was all the other submarines, the destroyers, were sort of geared towards finding nuclear subs, and a diesel sub just didn't register. Like, that's ridiculous. Being so low tech that you bypass radar. I think that's fun. I don't know how, I can't remember the source, so it can be many degrees of unreliable. It was an American aircraft carrier. Yeah, you don't really want to lose your aircraft carriers to a a diesel submarine from a third world nation. That he wanted to get children out of their homes to make them play less games and watch less TV by promoting esports. Huh? Okay. Interesting. Ah, okay, the million YouTube videos. Yeah. That's damn those YouTubers. I have actually thought about something which is rare. Speaking of YouTubers, or more the the term influencer. Now, I hate the term influencer, and I'm sure that you do as well. But I found a new reason why. Well, I suck. New reason why I hate it. And so, what's my new and innovative reason why I hate the word influencer? If you identify your worth as a person or in your profession by your or you identify yourself by your worth to companies to sell stuff to your market, then that's a pretty shitty, like that was a really shitty explanation. But the idea is like, okay, if you're a YouTuber, you are doing stuff on YouTube, all right, but if you're an influencer, that means your primary value is in influencing your audience on behalf of companies. Like, that's, at least it's honest, because that is goddamn dishonest way of saying what you are. It's basically saying I'm a professional shill. I only talk to my fans and my audience because I can monetize them and sell them to companies. Like, well, at least it's honest, but that's a really good reason why I even more dislike the term influencer. So even if you have influence, the question is whether you identify as an influencer. There. Did the PM understand what he was saying? What? Oh, right. I was about to say shill. Yeah. Only thing about the influencer trend is that all the funny replies to one-star reviews where people say it's good, but they didn't give me for free. Yeah. There's just been a case here in Denmark, which has been really interesting. So there's this random Instagram influencer, 19-year-old young woman, and she is living somewhere in Copenhagen, and she has had a lot of parties, and obviously the rest of the people in that apartment complex are getting annoyed with her, and so the head of the union of people working there or living there, he has been contacting us, said you can't do that, you can't have parties where you actually hire bouncers in this apartment to keep the riffraff out because people live here, this is not a nightclub, or this stuff like that. And then she has, instead of just going like, oh yeah, well, that's kind of fair enough, then she went like, nah, I'm gonna use my reach to say that this guy has been breaking into my apartment while I was sleeping, using his key, and then I'm just gonna be basically naming him with and calling him a creep, and then have all of my fans harass him. Well, that's not great, to say the least. Some random dad of two who just volunteered to sort of help out in the local like housing community, and then gets harassed online and gets death threats from all of her fans. Pretty shitty. So very adult, yeah, professional. So, but he was smart. He was really smart. So he went to one of the tabloids, and they made a story about it, and then suddenly the bully become the bull or whatever. So now she faced an absolute shitstorm because a tabloid is basically just a big bad influencer. And then she has now come out and said, oh, I'm sorry that I harassed someone. I am now also being harassed. It sucks. I'm like, yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. But the thing is, like, for me, I think that influencers should be subject to the same rules and legislation as as newspapers. What are the consequences? None. There are no consequences for that. Yeah, sorry I got caught. Exactly. Good. We got our place. I think that's it. Like, if you are, like, if you have a reach that's the same size as a newspaper, and the newspaper has to sort of document sources and if do sort of retractions if they don't do that, and they have some ethical rules about anonymity of sources, and you know, they have a lot of responsibility, and if they don't, they can be penalized for it. Yes, influencers or whatever should absolutely be subject to the same rules. It doesn't matter if you're a one person's crew or you are a 100-person crew. If you have the same reach, if you have a certain reach, then the rules should apply to you as well. Finding info for doing crypto advertising. Yeah, but sometimes it seems like every time you hear something from Poland, it always seems like some random, like there might be a good intention and then it's just random overreaction and whatever random degree. Like that seems to be like when you hear something like, oh, in Poland it's been decided that, it's like, I can see the point, but that seems way overreaction in a random direction. Manufacturer, woohoo! They scream bloody murder, especially the American ones. Yeah, but I don't care. I mean, I don't think there are the same rules in the US as there are in Denmark, but I think that in Denmark it makes a lot of sense, because if you have 300,000 followers in Denmark, you are a pretty damn influence. You have a bigger reach than most newspapers do. So, I think that's fair enough. Hey, batteries, classic batteries. All right, so how much do we get in here? We need alkyd aluminium sheets and the wires. We have to have 2 things crafted. Influencer streamers are definitely media, but then journalists who have lots of rules and sources. More like issues with libel and slander. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. To me it doesn't matter if you're not a journalist. If you're, that's like, oh, I'm not a truck driver, so I can drive a truck and I don't have to follow the rules because I'm not a truck driver. Like, well, if you're deciding to drive a truck, you have to follow the rules as a truck driver. So if you are communicating with a mass audience, you have the same responsibility as someone who does that for a newspaper or a TV station or a radio. If you do it on TikTok or Instagram or YouTube, you have the same responsibility because you should serve the same function. I don't see how that would be. That's a controversial thing. But I'm just making TikToks. Yeah, you're making TikToks about your interpretation of some random research you found about COVID, and that's not. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, you're not. You shouldn't do that. Matt Damon crypto ad. Promising until crypto. Oh. He was paid 2 million to talk for 2 minutes in front of a green screen. I'd do that. I wouldn't. It bugs me. Jeff Goldblum is doing Raid Shadow Legends commercials right now. What the fuck? What is that? What is that? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it when you see celebrities doing that kind of thing. It's like, oh yeah, but money. Like, yeah, but do you need that kind of money? You're just shitting in your own brand by doing Raid Shadow Legends or cryptocurrency or that kind of thing. Does whatever he wants. Yeah, sure. And maybe he's a big fan of the game and that's why they found out that he is, and that's why they kind of think, who knows? But it just seems like I don't get it. And the comments like, he got paid 2 million to do that. I would do that as well. Nah, don't. Matt Damon is not Jeff Goldblum. I'm sure. Sure, but I don't ever buy that argument of, oh, he got paid X, then I would have done it as well. Maybe some would, but I definitely wouldn't. I guess it's also mainly how much you value money. Yeah, I'm gonna take my break. If I was Matt Damon, I wouldn't, but if I was baked beans, I would. Yeah. Somehow that's also connected to whether you get offered that kind of thing or not, right? Alright, AFProd, have a nice one. Thank you for dropping by to our renting and concrete session. We'll get back with more renting and concrete, and also some bit of design for this one. Be back in a bit. All right, welcome back. Let's see. So what did we want to do? We want to build something. So this one will be... Where is it? Wasn't there an Alclad aluminium sheet? Where's the other one? There, that one. That's not it, is it? Oh yeah, sheets. Yes, sheets. So out here we're gonna have copper and aluminium ingots. And then that's gonna go in here. And then the other two locations will be the other two locations. Sulfur and plastic will just be going in. So we are going to adjust things. This one. So as always, first we build the template, and then we'll come back and figure out if is it reaching out too much on either side. It's okay, right? 1, 2, 3. Yes, it's okay. Something like this. Okay, here. That one. I'm gonna take this out. Not connected. Okay. One closer. Perfect. Okay. Just got a big win in court for my job. Here to celebrate. Awesome. Thank you. Welcome. Awesome. What did you win? Are you a trial lawyer or how did you get that win for your company? That one. That one. One off, right? Yeah. Government job to help put the policy together that the court upheld that we could do. Woohoo! Good for people though. Yeah. What kind of people? The hedge fund kind of people? Because then we are not cheering so hard for you. It helps the common man. Who is the common man? The common hedge fund owner and crypto scammer. Oh yeah, that common man. Yeah. Yeah, hedge funds are people too. Eh. Patients getting healthcare. They seem like people. Okay, so this is going to be the design. And now I just need to copy the whole module again and again and again. So I think this looks really crisp, doesn't it? Our ratio's okay? Well, that's where we're gonna, that's the next thing. I think it should be okay. Batteries. What are the inputs? 52 and 90 wire. Ooh, 90 wire is too much. Oh, wow. Wow, that's not good. That's not good at all. Wow. Wow. Oh no. Oh no. Nothing works. No. That's way more. Alclad aluminum sheets might also be a problem. I only get 30 here. So that's like a massive downscaling. I was prepared to downscale it to 60 to 90 here, or to 60. That would also downscale this one to, well, it's only going to 30, so that one would have to scale down a lot. I don't want to be using that. I want to downscale rather than upscale, or just make multiples. But it also just doesn't seem like it that we can get 3 of these. Now, we can kind of can if we just build it somewhat like this, for example. So that can get 90, and then I can get 2 of these. So this one's the copper, and the top one is the aluminium. It's gonna be nice and crowded in here. I like it. And that one goes through here. This one will do. Now I need to get it in here. Which means getting it to here, right? That's not great. I know I don't really care about the wire. What I do care about is it's really, really weird. So this is now the 4th day where there's been like about a handful of resubs. This is not good. People must be leaving in droves. Wonder what it is I am. No one has any resubs that they want to spend. It's just really bugging me that I don't get what's going on. There, 1, 2. Got that one, got that one. And then I go here, I don't know, something like this. That one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 maybe. Ah, wrong.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Now that's an innovative thing. Hey, Luca Blum, thank you for the 5 gift subs. That's very generous of you. Maybe a month ago when you got a bunch of gift subs and now they're running out. That would kind of imply that would be the time to resub then, wouldn't it? It's oh no. Oh no, this is not working. I thought that one was aligned to that one. Then this one has to be realigned. Here. I'm gonna get this one. Let's take that out. That out. Basically, the reason why it's puzzling me is because it would be distributed evenly over a monthly basis, more or less, right? And then maybe less people during a Bloodborne stream, so that would be less people resubbing there. But when it's now the second Satisfactory stream, then it kind of implies that it's because that something has maybe changed, or maybe not, or maybe it's just random. So you can see why this. Okay, that's definitely not great. It's too high. Here, now I would love to have some some kind of copy paste function. And thank you, Luca Blum. That was kind of you. Do we see any flaws with it? It's like YouTube Apocalypse. I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. It hasn't. I don't concede that, but doesn't matter. I'll do my thing. Okay, I like this. I really do. Except for that one. This one is now blocking here, so that can't be the altitude. Can it go down? Nope. That means this one has to go one level down. Oops. That's a super intricate build. I like it. And it can now produce 60 of these, which it shouldn't, but it can. And this one can produce all 90 of that. So that's good. Oops, what the hell is that? Oops. Eh. Alright, so how big is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And a bit. And how much is this producing? I thought this area was too big. I don't think it's big enough, to be honest. I don't think it's big enough. So it's going to be taking 10 by 3, this module, because it's all contained within 3, because the next one can then be built here. 10 by 3. I have 20 this way, and have more than that. So I could like have... Okay, and also, how much copper are we taking in? Like, we have to figure out how many we can put on a single line. So this one's taking 15 plus 15, that's 45 plus 10 plus 10, so it's 20, so 45. That's about 65, probably around 60 here. So I can do 10 of these in one go. Nothing else consumes more. 60 by 10, yeah. So I can do, if I did 10 of these, then I would only produce 300 batteries. That's insane. This is middle, and then it pulls one tile closer to the inputs. Okay. Shoot. So this line here will be, the one I'm standing in, it will be the output transport line, and then I'll have it here. And then I'll put it, that one, and then go one off. That's not it. And then I will be finding out where the middle is. That's going to be this one. I'm guessing you are fixed on the recipe. This is the best recipe, there's no doubt. So yes, I'm fixed on it because the other one is bad. So that's pretty simple. Small shelf area above for the wire production to save on space. No. I like having it one line. Can you save space on the output line? I don't do that. I built output lines in the middle, and I don't want to save space. I have no intention of saving space. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That means this is the limit, and then it kind of stretches out. So we're going to have this one sort of being the grace period, or the grace one, and then I go and count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 10. So if I want to build it here, then I should be taking... That's weird. I should be taking one more in here. Is there any way to do a blueprint? Nope. Not unless you do mods. And I don't. What about down here? So that would be 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. It is just coincidence upon coincidence, right? If I move it up one in every direction, then it kind of can fit there. But man, is it going to be weird. Not yet in the backlog for future update. I would not say that. I don't think I would say that. I would, unless you heard something completely different from what everyone else has, then they have, as far as I know, what they've said is they're not going to make blueprints, but they might do something so that you don't have to place down hundreds of refineries. And they're looking and considering it. That's a far cry from being blueprints. So unless you have other sources, then I wouldn't start promising any behind the blueprints or anything like that. And of course, you can always say that you can use corner walls. Yeah, I can do anything. Yeah, it is what it is here. If they do souping, hope they do like DSP where you can tap through its spacing. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so now what? I had taken in my backlog for over a year. Yeah, every year you just clean out all the crap in the backlog that you just go like, oh yeah, good idea. Create a user story for it. Knowing full well it's never gonna happen. But it's like, yeah, I mean, we have a user story for it. That's great. And then it just needs to be prioritized. Because then you can always just go back like, yeah, you prioritize it. So that was that part. Let's see if it fits. It does. Why is it called a user story if half the items aren't user facing? Because a user is not a person. A user can be a process, but there has to be someone consuming it as a role, and then that role can be a system administrator. For example, as a system administrator, I need a warning if the hard drive is full so that I can prevent it from running full. Right? That's a user story. I was so happy when I got my non-devs to understand user stories. Yeah, it is. I love that abstraction. It's because otherwise, I mean, before user stories, you had like you just got like things like this button needs to be moved over there, and then it has to calculate, and I was like, why? Who's going to use this? Why do they need it? Tell us what it is you are trying to achieve. Because very often non-developers don't understand how development works, and they will go like they just want an extra button on the UI, and that suddenly they'll be like, I need smaller buttons. Like, Why do you need smaller buttons? Because there are too many. Like, that's because we allowed you to keep putting buttons for doing X. I just need a button that does X. I need another tab to find. I need a search function so I can find which button it is. Ah, now we're getting there. Maybe that's because you're trying to do the wrong thing. So if it's like, as a super user, I want to, and I go like, you know what? There are 7 super users. We're not developing features that would take 100 days to make life easier for your 7 super users. Sorry, export it to Excel, deal with it there, move on, next. And let's see, so that is the middle, and then this one is one towards the output. It's impossible to remember this. So this is a transport lane, and then that one, these two are for the assemblers, and then it's going to be moved one closer. Here, and all right. Actually, not going to do this just yet. Yeah, you have a button that alternates different functions, and then you have another button to confirm the function of the first button once you've alternated through the 7 different functions, because then you can just add more functions. And then it goes like, I know that if I'm at this function, I just have to press this button 7 times. There we go. And then confirm, and then it executes that option. Brilliant. Brilliant. Like, I'm not building that. Nope, not happening. Hold on, they should actually be coming from this side. Here. And then that will be middle here. I don't know how high that has to be. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. Does seem like it's leaning up, isn't it? Yeah, it's leaning upwards. But that's because this one is too high. One, 2, 3, 4. I really like how close it is. Oops, I'm gonna get... Ah! I can't float. Need that one. Here, so I can build it. Look at how close it is! Okay. That's Mark 1. That's Mark 1. That's full marks. Good evening, Bartek. Got it. What a nice and simple design. I don't know, are you kidding? I mean, I wouldn't call it simple, but I'd agree that it's a nice design, but I wouldn't call it simple. Hard to find anything sort of more complex than this, but it's a really cool module. And this is where I really wish there was a way that we could sort of take these modules and copy paste them, because that's fine. Now I just need to repeat this 20 times, right? Yeah. Damn, this is so good. It is crisp. It's a crisp design. Oops. Good evening, Mark. Then we're gonna have to get this. That one. So this will be batteries, and then I need to get it to 52.5. This is gonna be 30. That's another 30 here. Do we want to scale this down so that it becomes 27.5 or 22.5 actually? Yeah, 22.5. That's 22 there. Yes, I think that's better. So that one is running 100% and the other one is running less. That should be balanced, and now everything is coming in at the right ratio. Good. I think the lifts aren't aligned. The wire one sticking out further. Sticking out further, you mean like here? This is the wire lift. Or where? This is the only lift with wires, or into the manufacturers. Oh, okay. That's because these are drawn from here to here. If I draw it the other way, you can see that there's difference. But if I move this one further out, then it's not going to reach. So this is just how it is. But it's a good spot. I can't do the same thing for this one unless I sort of started from the top. Okay, so let's try and do this one. Actually, I need to go up, so I'm hooked up to the line on top. Yeah, 2, 3. Hurts your bones. I'm sorry about your bones. Not much I can do about your bones. I do miss the flat manufacturer. Don't know. Don't think I have strong feelings about manufacturer designs. How the hell did I... Should have been built out here. But then again, if I build it out there, then... I'm just going to extend it down here. Because there's nothing sort of magical about that in that case here. So let's do that. Soup. And I'll extend it by 2. Either I should extend both of them one, or I should extend one of them 2. But since I already built one, then I might as well take this one and extend by 2. Because it doesn't matter if I bring this bit further out up here. Come on. 3. And then I can take the other one out. There we go. Here. And here. Good. Will give you the joy of playing with Windows and... What? Okay, so how many do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10. There. So that's it. The question is whether I want to double it or not. Doubling it seems super ambitious. I was thinking about your build a new pyramid design. Ah, okay, yeah, well, not gonna happen right now. I can't see myself doubling this one, to be honest. I am also 100% sure that I did not build 300 last time. This is only going to give us 300. There's no way I built 300 last time. And who was it who said they built 600? That's insane. Okay, well... Okay, so since I have one, I can take all of that crap out here. There you go. can control click things again to deselect. Yeah, I know that, but there's no way that I can control click the foundations away when they're below everything. That's way too much work. So I just went like, fuck it, I'm just gonna remove everything, and then adding the other things back is easier. How much longer would it really take to double it versus build? Well, it wouldn't take twice as much time, obviously. But it's more. It's also about how many return runs we have to do to get more materials. But you're probably right. You're probably right. It's just, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I was kind of hoping that I could get this series to be like my Factorio Masterclass or Mega Base in a book, because I am really loving that series. Why am I loving it? Because everyone else loves it, right? That's kind of how things go as a content creator. That if people enjoy, there we go already. So I need 30 of those plus 30 of those. Okay. If people, realistically, how many batteries are you needing? Not 600. But fuck it, it's fun to do, right? Alright, so basically what I mean is that if we could always just have something that we can always build, and then starting the next mega project and starting the next mega project would be super cool. I just don't know if that's gonna happen, or it just doesn't feel like it's happening. 20 of those, and then 30 of those, plus however many I need here, another 30 of those, minus 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so that's what I need to bring in. Plus a million splitters. This is not very much I need inbound, plus I do need some more other stuff. Yeah, I think I'll start by going to the aluminium. Your update 4 banners was 270 per minute. 4 manufacturers running 150. Yeah, but I don't think they were actually running all the time. I think it was cheating a bit there. I think I was unable to keep up with the plastic, which if I built it like this, I'm also unable to keep up with the plastic. But you know, it's one of those things, like, it's cool to build, but it's also, like, for example, this aluminium factory was our first really big factory. And turn off self-driving, otherwise I can't steal things, and I need to steal from. They're all idle. Good. Yep. Wish I had one that was closer to home. It's also a nice color. It's also gonna look like shit if I don't double it. Oh man, it really is looking like shit if I don't double it. I think we want to build it like 300 or 600. I think we do. Might take a bit of time. Have you tried Astroneer? Nope. I haven't, and I don't intend to, and it's exactly that. It's too cartoony. Good night, Patrick. Thank you for joining. think every time I come here, I'm like, I need to put some grounding on that factory, and I never do. Space engineers, I can't. No, it's the stationeers. I absolutely hate it. I can't remember. I can't tell the difference between astroneer and space engineers. I don't think. I think I've looked at them, but since they're not new, they're not relevant. I'm not gonna go back and play a game that has sort of been sunset from a content creation perspective. Remember this: if I play a game, there has to be a point to it. I'll play games like Bloodborne because I goddamn fucking want to, and I don't care. Well, I do care, but I'll play them even though there are no one watching because I love those games. But a game like Space Engineers, Astroneers, let's say Timberborn, Astro Colony, Capital Industry, I play those because I expect that they will be popular. And if a game is already been out for a while, let's say Timberborn, for example, I'm not going to play it because there's no point in me playing it. Because all of the views have already been done. And anyone who is still interested is watching Catherine Sky's Let's Play of it. And that's fine. But there would be no point for me to play that. Then it would be exclusively as a passion project. And yeah, that's not where we are. Okay. We need lots of reinforced iron plates. I do actually think I want to try to build all of this. See if we can get all the stuff. So we need rotors, reinforced cables. Let's get a few cables here. That's a lot of cables. Must be more stuff here. Nope, not more there. Has to be relevant to streaming it. Absolutely. That's a good way of saying it. There has to be some kind of relevance to it. Let's go get some rotors, some reinforced iron plates, some plastic, some heavy modular frames. And then go. Let's build a car. So we can have fun driving. Let's start with, oh, computers or not, rotors, plastic. Let's go get the plastic from the old plastic factory. Oops. I will also absolutely do that one. Yeah, lots of plates and rods for splitters. No rods for splitters. Lots of cable for the splitters, actually. Starfish! A genuine starfish. Perfect. Hot space shipbreaker. Hey, starfish. Anyway, I'm not really looking for new games to play. I have quite a few. We'd like to play some DSP when it comes out next week. I actually had to take something off the schedule, like God of War, because that would also be more of a passion project thing. And I think that right now I also need to play something that might have just a slim chance of being popular. Because otherwise I just do too many things that are just because I want to. You need to play games for yourself sometimes too. That's what I'm doing. I'm playing Bloodborne is 100% for myself, and I'm really happy that someone wants to watch it with me. But I don't do that because it's good for the channel. Oh, it's rubber. I thought it was plastic for this one. And I'm going to play God of War. I'm going to play Sekiro. I'm going to replay that again. I am going to play Elden Ring. All of those things are not going to be good for my channel, but I mean, I'll go insane if I just only have to do stuff that is popular. It's too much. Good. Now heavy modular frames. But I think Factorio just be too small for me to watch on a TV. That makes sense. Sure gonna get some views for Elden Rings? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's gonna be like, maybe the first one will be 200 viewers, which is still not very much. And then after 2-3 streams, it'll be down to the usual 100 viewers who are interested in that kind of thing. It's not gonna be anything that's good for the channel. I mean, I should be playing Factorio. Look at the two people who kept playing Factorio. Nephrons and Angelites. They are fucking killing it on Factorio. And it's so amazing, but it also just sucks looking at it from the outside and go like, I said I wasn't gonna do it. They had about half the viewers when you were streaming. Exactly. So it's kind of like, and those are viewers that I have lost. A lot of you, some of you have come over and you're still around, and it's awesome. But a lot of people have just been lost, and I can easily see that. It was my choice. And it just still blows my mind that you're just playing the same game, the same speed run every fucking day. God, that must be boring. But then again, I mean, to each their own. But damn, just same game, same exact thing, doing the same grind, subtle differences. Oh, now we optimized that this one goes one there. Damn, I just don't get it. Nope, I don't want any of these. Hey, thank you, Azul Crescent. Yeah, I try my best. Hey. Sometimes default setting, sometimes 100%. I know. That's what I mean. It's the same shit. But you know, it's a relaxing thing as well. You could also say the same thing about any other sort of small game. But it's just weird. It's just weird. And what's also just blowing my mind is how it continues to be. It draws such an audience. That's the most weird thing to me. Getting hyped about shaving 2 seconds off exactly the same run that I've been working on for the last 2 years. I don't know. Guess that's the difference. DSP speedrun market? No, Yamaha, whatever. Someone Yamaha something already did that and it was fun. It just doesn't look fun. Fastest completion, first to complete. Right. Satisfactory speedruns. I mean, I watched one like I don't know, like all of the first ones. I think that speedruns are generally interesting to see one. Because you can kind of go like, wow, that's incredible. But once you've watched one speedrun, I feel that they're all going to be exactly the same. And I don't care if I mean, show me a speedrun of Factorio in 2 hours and another one in 1 hour and a half and 30 minutes, and I'm not really going to be able to say that they're noticeably different, except that it's slightly faster. They're still going to be really well executed, very meticulously designed, and just very, very smooth, and things just fit together. So I think that's, yeah. Oops, I fell too far. Awesome to watch. Really? I don't, what's the interesting thing about it? I mean, of course, it's to each their own, but I just, like, as I said, I think I watched one speedrun and I go like, wow. And then I tried watching another speedrun and I went like, it's the same. But then again, I mean, you can also say the same thing about sort of any competitive game. Like, oh my god, what's the point of watching chess? It's the same. They're not even adding any DLC pieces or anything. We want new skins. I like watching devs react to speedrun. Yeah, that's fun because that's like, oh, that's not supposed to happen. Oh, really? Is that? Why did we not fix that? That's fun. But yeah. Personally, it's really cool to see people do things optimally fast. So casual play like me. Yes, I can understand that, but that's the argument for watching it once. But what's the point of watching the same thing like every night? That's the part I don't get. I'm following someone who's doing a challenge run of Dark Souls. So basically, it's Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, and Bloodborne without taking any damage in order. That's an impressive run. And he's been at it for 50 days, chugging along and just grinding away. And just like one hit, one random damage in any one of the games, and the whole thing starts over. That's just... Then there's like a suspense in terms of just everything is dangerous. Like any particular thing is just disastrous at everything. Just like everything is so dangerous in that game, in a run like that. So it's all super on edge. That's a lot of stuff. Oh, this is the middle one. This is one of those places where no, don't fall down. Damn it. Where I'm going to make one of my mistakes that will just perpetuate, and then I have to redo the whole damn thing. There. Double check insanity. They're facing the correct way. Yeah, they're facing away. They're facing outwards. And they should be facing outwards. See here? The line is coming in here, and then it goes in here, and it goes out and up and over. Oh man, it's already, it's 11 o'clock. Damn. Time flies when you're manually placing constructors and power lines and all that stuff. I have a feeling we're not going to get done with this today. But we're going to continue this on Sunday. But don't worry, we still have 1 more hour, so don't go away yet. Yeah, the control click works really well if you're standing. Yeah, I know. I really want to stay up here in this stratosphere. Do you think my 600 battery per minute is too much? Yes, I also think that this is too much because this is also 600 batteries per minute, but it's gonna look fucking amazing, and I can't build fast, but I can make things that look fucking amazing, so that's what we're gonna do. Yeah, so short break, then we'll be back, and then continuing with more things that will hopefully be fucking amazing. Alright, be back. Yeah, let's do a save. Not that we really need those extra saves here, but let's take them. I did actually use the saves today for my YouTube video today. There, and back out. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Well, Mark, this is why you can't come in late. You have to be here earlier so you can guide me to do good stuff instead of the stuff I do myself. So that's on you for showing up late. All right, so let's see that we have a transport lane and that one, and we have 1, 2, and then I'm gonna fuck. Move it 1 over, I think, maybe. And then I'm gonna have. I need to check this out. What's wrong with having the outputs on the outside? There's nothing wrong per se, but it's just. It is correct that it would have been nicer to have the whole thing on in the middle, but if we didn't know we were going to build this like this, then yeah. So let's mention something else that we can then talk a bit about. So on Monday, I will have an AMA as to sort of celebrate my 3 years of full-time content creation. So that means you can come up with some good questions that you want to get answered. Want something that maybe doesn't really fit into normal streams and stuff like that. And then that's a good time to ask that. Ask whatever you feel like. And you can. I'll make a YouTube community post. Oops. Yeah, I'll make a YouTube community post. I'll make it my channel update on Saturday, where I'll also announce it. So you can also leave your comments there, or you can sit on them and then post them in chat when we actually do the AMA on Monday. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be interesting. Maybe it's going to be completely irrelevant. Maybe no one will care about it. But at least then we've done it. I like the idea of it, and I feel that there might be some things that it could be interesting just to... I don't know. I have no idea. I think it could be interesting, but I don't know if there's no sort of no questions, then it becomes like a super boring AMA. So that's why I'm kind of saying, hey, let's try to make it interesting. Okay, so this one will be these two, and then transport lane, and then 1, 2, 3, and it's going to be here, and then it'll move one closer, I think, and that will be out there. Yeah. That one. There. Any of the Victoria mod packs? I have tried all of the... I have tried the Victoria mod packs. Yes, thank you. I just rounded 7,000 hours on Victoria, so I've done most of what you can imagine. Oops, that's not correct. But that's the only one, weirdly enough. Don't know how long I streamed. It has to be here. This is even. This is the copper line. And that's the copper line. And then this will be. Now, I don't know about those questions, if they are sort of preparation for AMA or anything like that. I don't know. Okay, I have to build this one right now because otherwise I need to make sure that this works, that I haven't done anything stupid or silly, weird, bad. Okay, and then I lost my floatiness. Okay, so these are also coming from down there. It just seems like too much is coming from that side. Let's do the ingots from that side and the non-ingots from this side. Nope, that's not a good idea. Because the ingots are coming into this location, so it should be one ingot. So let's do copper and sulfur from that side. Oh, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Then I have to rotate it. So this, for example, here would be, now I've marked everything is coming from that side. That means the two ingots are coming from the side. But I just don't think that's easy to get them down, split them, and merge them into these lines. So I think it's better to take one of them in from this side and one from the other side, and then sort of have them crisscross in the middle. I think so. Okay, so we take the bottom one from this side, which is copper, and then the top one from the other side. Is it secret? No, it's not secret. I thought it was just like you're just throwing things out for... Don't know. You can click on my icon if I say something in chat. Then you can say... There, you can see that it's 55, so it's 55 months ago that I started streaming on Twitch. And then let's get this one from here. Has to go up to 4 high, and then the other one has to go the other way. Ugh, this is not gonna be good. Here. That one. Then that merge. Inbound. And that will have to be a faster one. I don't do other speeds than speed 1 and speed 3. Speed 5. 3, 5. One, 2, 3, 4. I don't care about taking that out. Yeah, and then 1, 2. Is it here? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not actually it. Because this one going in here is incorrect. Yes. So this one is not supposed to be there. Oops. It's supposed to be on that line. 1, 2, 3, 4. Total amount of aluminum plates is still less than 60, right? It doesn't really matter. Yes, it is. This is 52. 52.5. So I'll have one on 100% and one on 75%. But I'm just building this one just to make sure that the spacing here is done. It all looks good, and then we can go, yes, it looks good, and we'll have it out there. It's going to be pretty massive build here, so. Apparently it adjusts itself. There we go. And this build is, who was it? MDep and Majin Goku, I think, were the hype train we have for this. So that's nice. For copy pasta reason, there would be, yeah, 80-ish. Then let me know what it is. It's 175 divided by 2. 87 point something. 87.5. Is it 87 point? Yeah, it's probably 87.5. That's a good point. Hey, Majin Goku, you're here. It's your factory coming up. And let's go down here. Adds up. It looks good. Just 18 more of these bad boys here. I wonder if we're going to run out of hype trains for this. I don't think so, but, you know, could happen. They'll think we have a few remaining. And maybe that's also why there are no more of those. There? Not there. Come on. There. That one's off a bit. Really? I don't know which one. Okay, I'm gonna stand here and then you can yell at me with, oh, that one is actually, it's this one. That's off a bit on. Yeah. It's this sliding here. Really like building modular. It just, oops. There. How much power is this gonna do? Oh, is this gonna take, I don't know, a lot, I guess. Okay, I'm thinking that I actually need to do power lines first now because my god, it's annoying that I'm gonna fall down all the time I hover around here. So I think I need to do power lines. So where would be a good place to do power lines from? This one and that one and that one. I think we can have these three on the same line and then these three on the second line. But I think I can just drag a line just right in the middle here. Will the Christmas stuff go away? The Christmas spawning things will go away, yes. But the things you already have built, that's gonna stay there. It just, this is so annoying. I don't get why it does that to me. Come on, it's just... $18 divided by 8. Who knows what that is? That can't be done. Divided by 2, that's 9. How high do we want it? Like that. That was a mistake, wasn't it? Yes, because that was exactly where I wanted it to be built, so... Four. 16. But do I want 18? Yeah, I have 9, so this one has to be 19, yes. Yeah. Is that... Oh, that just happens to be 40. Perfect. No! That also just seems suspicious, doesn't it? Why is that not the same? This one is hitting right in the middle, the front of that one. Okay, it was the same. Kind of sucks to have it there. I don't know. What the fuck am I doing here? Oh. Yeah. This one has to be on the side of this, right? Just like that one. That one's going to be impossible to do because it's going to be inside that one. Hello, good morning, Splattery Pants. Loving your playthrough series and then just say cheating. Just wondering if you're planning a factory tour video. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. It's just that it's always just work in progress. So it's always like, oh, I just want this one finished. I just want this one. Maybe I should do that. That's a thing. I probably should. What the hell are we going to do about that? And I can't go to this side either. That's so annoying. I'm going to try something else in this. Good thing I decided to do this first. Might actually fit if I did it from here too. Nope. Man, nothing fits. The alternative would be this one going back and then from here and into that one. It's also going to be off. Which means I have to do something else really crooked, and then it's just going to reach over the next one. It causes problems with that. So. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Still have problems with this one. I don't know what I'm gonna do about it. I just don't know. I'm almost at a point. I'm so goddamn desperate that I'm almost just going like, that's fine. And it's not. What if I just put this one further down? Then the angle is better. It can't be 5. Four maybe. So this one goes straight up, and this one goes into that one, and this one goes into that one. Then the question is where the next one goes. That will be here. I mean, the lower it is, the easier it is also to sort of align it correctly here. It's not enough. We are going to need more. That and that, and now you can see I can't link it further, so that means I actually need to do level 2. That one get replaced, that one get replaced. There. The problem was clipping the belt, yes. Okay. I think we'll do this. So difficult to sort of get it. Like, is that even? Is that... Like, how close is it? It's not really there. Like, is this one there? Nah, maybe? Who knows? And that's incorrect. Getting a bit... This is... Maybe that's also on me, but I'm getting a bit tired of the manual processes in Satisfactory, because I can't feel like... I don't feel I can do good content if all I do is just spend the next 5 hours filling in the blanks here. And I can also see that that's a sentiment that is being shared. Next. Okay, that's the game. I know, but it's I know it's also like a vicious circle, but I'm really feeling that I'm not getting much from chat to sort of what we can talk about or what interesting we can do. So it just becomes like everyone falls asleep at the same time, and I hate that, because then at least if you have something like, well, when you play Bloodborne, for example, there's cool gameplay to follow, and that is intense. But here the gameplay is not intense, and everyone's fallen asleep because of the gameplay, and so there's not really much interaction either, and I've fallen asleep because of the gameplay is so boring as well. It's kind of not great. Not a great recipe. But you know me. I'm just being honest about how I see this. But yeah. How could this process be automated? Drones. It could be automated real fucking simple. Look at this module. I built this module. Let me just select everything. There, I've selected everything. I'm saying simple, but conceptually simple. There. Copy. Fucking paste, 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 paste. There we go. Done. Right? You can select everything. So treat it as one entity that you can then put on a toolbar and it'll sort of build it if you have all the materials. You know, that would be nice. Engage when you were excited about designs, but with the scale at which you're building now, it's hard to build interesting designs without making it even more of a chore to build. Yeah, I mean, I think honestly this is a super interesting design, but then once we're done with the design, then now what, right? Now we just have to actually build it, and the build part is the part that takes, like, this is what we talked about many times. Like in Factorio, the design takes an hour and the build takes 30 seconds, right? You design something, a module, and then you go, okay, this is kind of how, let's say, like from the very basic stuff, like green circuits. Oh, I need 2 green circuits and 3 copper machines. Okay, that's going to be here. Okay, now I've designed it, and then copy, paste, 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 paste. Okay, good. And then you just either fill it in yourself or with robots. So that part is just taken out because it's, well, that's done. But in Satisfactory, I spent like what did I do? Spent like 30 minutes on this design, and then I'm going to spend 6 hours on building it, realistically speaking. That's the part would like that ratio to be different. Dyson Sphere program has pretty damn good ratio between builds and design part. The problem is just that there aren't that many designs to do, so you kind of run out of things to design in that game. You can't just make it big scale in Factorio. You can do that. What? You can't. What? Oh, your late game and auto satisfactory build is a little less interesting to watch than late game DSP building, which uses tons of blueprints and mass terraforming. I wonder why I feel like that. Oh, no, sorry, I'm totally with you on that. Hello, Jeff. It is, and there's also the part about there's something about the scale of things. Like when you build something and you just see it flow out, and you do something meticulous, and then you press a button and then go. That's amazing. That's what robots doing, and this is what Dyson Sphere program does. But in Satisfactory, it's just every single power connection has to be made manually, and that's the part that just doesn't scale, right? When I implement it, would have to be exactly when you selected paste. Would have to be late game tech. Yeah, sure. But I think it makes a lot of sense to do it that way. And I have to be careful about sort of thing. Oh, it's super easy, because of course it's not super easy to make. But it's something that is within the framework of what they already have, right? They have the ability to select multiple things and treat them as where they are and all that stuff. So it would be a really nice thing, but because oh man, just look at this. I know it's a big build, but comparing it to, let's say, my Factorio build in the last episode where I built the built military science, I was so proud of how quick we could do that. Like, take a template for stations, take a template for military science, hook them together, and then schedule the trains. Boom, done. And then sort of adjust the train stations, and then it actually just worked. This one here, the trains are working just great, which is really nice. But you know, it's oops. There. How's that 10? Oh, this is also incorrect. Just didn't get all the way down. I can imagine a world where we get copy paste with a build gun, but not blueprint library, exportable blueprints. Yes. I think that's also like a copy paste gun would be nice as well. Get up, get up, get up, get up. Ah. Even 50 selectable objects would be enough to copy build. Yes, that would be the invention of sort of modular builds. It would be super awesome. I mean, at least for me as a content creator, it would be super awesome because then a lot of my designs would just be like, hey, here's a battery build, because I think this is a fucking amazing battery build. And I think the build we did last time on copper is also super amazing. Like, it just fits so well with the ratios. There. Yeah, and then I need to do this one. Get need for poles. I don't understand why they don't want daisy chaining. What? Power poles? I don't get the need for power poles. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. It makes no sense. Then do it the way that you can build power poles, and then power poles have an area of effect, and then they hook up to things automatically there. There's no reason why. Power poles are the shittiest design in this game. Absolutely. It is the absolute shittiest. There is no reason why that needs to exist. It is nothing but a chore. And it's at all stages of the game. It adds nothing. There's no design work. There's no choice to it. There's nothing good to say about the way that it's been implemented here. If it was at least like, if it was like oxygen not included, where there would be like a strain on the power line, so there would be like a mini game in terms of it. Oh, I would hate that. But you know, then there would be a point to it. So you go like, okay, well, I have to sort of manage my power lines and build big power lines here and small power lines, and oh, I unlock Mark II power lines. They can carry more electricity. You know, then that would be a game part. But this one, seriously, who thinks this is fun? Make foundations that conduct electricity. It's not super far-fetched to imagine that you can do that. They've started adding other types of foundations. Let's make one electrical foundations. Zipline equipment that some use in the beginning. Sure. But if you lose that, then you can say, sure. You have that option if you bother with it, then you can use that. But then again, people are probably not using it on existing power lines. It's mainly you. If you want to use it, you have to build dedicated power lines for it. Yeah. Okay, so that's now powered. Awesome way to incentivize breaking into coal ASAP. I don't know what level it would be, and I don't really care, but it's just what level it would be at. And these are already done. And the other ones. Using concrete, steel, and quick wire. Yep, that would be a good. Back 2. Yeah, it would be nice if they are so expensive that you wouldn't just be using them all the time. You probably would use them all. I would probably use them all the time, but they could also have sort of special look to it, so that they might not look as great up top, but in here you could actually do there. Do like a line in here in between. That would be the electrical ones. It could even look really cool with the wiring exposed and stuff. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, I think it could actually look really good. So, but what do we know about what they choose to do at Coffee Stain? I really do enjoy Update 5, and I think that lots of cool things have been added in Update 5, and it's super amazing. They still suffer the same problem. They still suffer the same problem of it's not an automation game. It's more of a build aesthetic things. Let me see. This one. This one. Okay, we're building this one first then. Let's get that one done all the way through. You know what we should have in here? We should have, like, instead of how many days without an accident, we can have days without a hype train. Now been 4 days. And probably 5 and 6 as well. So it's going to be 7 days soon. There, that's that one. Then we rotate and build the other way. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Alonafels. Oh, hold on, that's not correct there. At least there'll be hype trains on the 20th. Okay. Why? I think it's an interesting thing when you look at Captain of Industry, which is sort of striving for realistic processes, and then they skip the power lines. And I love that. I love that they skip the power lines. And also sort of transport of people, where people are just like, do you have people? Then they're assigned. New group of people will come? I don't think so. They're definitely some kind of fluid.
Our modest fellowship expands.
Thank you, Alonafels. You seem to be the only one. Thank you for gift sub. Yeah, just forget about it. That's that one. Hello, Tom and C. Getting to report this. Yeah, that's all. That's the thing, right? That's the part I'm most wondering about. Like, it's not so much like gift subs and stuff. It's just like it seems unimaginable that there are no resubs. That's the part that's why I'm wondering. Like there have been. This is maybe like the 5th resub, or maybe a bit more than today, and that's just. It seems weird. Seems really, really weird that would be sort of if it's spread evenly over a month, which it probably is. Maybe there's a lot tomorrow when it's the 14th. Some of the old guard. But anyway, I don't want to be. No, I feel bad. It wasn't meant like this. I don't want to. Should not be like a pity train here. That's at the last bits. That's why I would set it there, sort of when we were ending the stream. It's just weird that there are no resubs like the one with Torman. Like I would expect that there would be some of the regulars would be having resubs to resub. But thank you, Baked Beans, and thank you, Mr. Mini.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
And thank you, Imagine Goku. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Looks so good, this factory. Looks so goddamn good. Well, not with all the red lights, but once it's up and running, I think it's gonna look really amazing.
Gesture.
Thank you, Mr. Mini. Do you have power to all machines? Nope, I don't. I have power to a small fraction of machines. To exactly enough to keep. I'm only doing this part so that I can float here, and that's the only reason why I do this. I do the power here. Oh, hello, Phil. Thank you for the 300. All right, let's leave it there then. That would be perfect. At 96% of a level 1 hype train. That's where it should be. That would be perfect. I want to build all of these first. This is exactly what we had of last Wednesday, well, last time we played Satisfactory.
Our modest fellowship expands.
You're ruining everything! Come on, Majin Goku, you're ruining everything!
A resplendent offering.
Ah, you guys are ruining it. Oh, MJ, I need to make you, because you are Magmarel on Patreon, right?
Gleaming endowment.
Let me just see if you can confirm that, right?
A kind gesture.
Can't even do that right. I'm just seeing if MJERB MJERB is Magmarel from Patreon. Why did the hype train chew bubblegum? Chew chew. Thank you. Thank you for the 1,000. And thank you, Torman. I want to make sure that that's correct. So.
More shall gather. More shall enter the
Thank
fray.
you, Dime Devil. Thank you. One, two, three, four. It's not even correct. This one.
Endowment.
And thank you, Baked Beans. Dame Devil. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. My wife will kill you. That's great. That's so that means I am indirectly now responsible for murder, or that kind of sucks. Just say you spend it on some titty streamer, then she'll understand. But there was this hot girl, and I thought that if I gave her 10 subs, she would like me. She would talk to me. MJerb, MJERB, where are you? I'm looking for confirmation on your name on Patreon, so I can, because I'm pretty sure that you are the master of the path. Yeah. Check that out. You're kidding me? What? How is... Oh, that's because this one's also incorrect. Shh. So what did I miss? I missed the ice cream acid, continuing to get sub from Stinosko, and then PJGI with the 200 bits also joining in, and Magic Goku with 10 more gift subs. Thank you so much. The moment when I give bits, then accidentally mute the stream, tapping back into hot space. Ah, okay. So, did I get you? Now I can get your. Now I'm gonna ask you one more time, MJ. I've asked you already. Are you not the Magmarel from Patreon? Better look at the other splitters if they are misaligned. The other splitters? What? These? Or what? These? These are correct. It's supposed to go from here into here. Oh yes, Magmarel. Yes, there we go. There we go. VIP. Then you absolutely deserve a P more than almost anyone else. There we go. No, it's MJerb is a master of the path, but a discreet one. Let's see. Wait, Jeff, the ones on the same row as the misaligned one you just fixed. There's on. Oh, right, the rest of them. Yeah. I did the rest of them. Yeah, they are. Well, some of them are. There. Yay, look at that diamond. Alright, let me just at least check out what's happening on this train here. 1%. Majin Goku and MJerb are the leaders, and that is going to be a new build with their name on it. Okay, so I'm missing the last one down here. I don't know how I would want to do this in a way that would make, like, be logical in terms of sort of, okay, if I do it this way, then I'm sure that I'll get all the connections done, because there are so many connections here. That one. And then here. And then this one. Ah. Trying to get my 250 sub badge soon. Maybe next time. I think I'm 15 away. I don't know. Maybe next time when there's an opportunity. Or a new paycheck or something. Just notice your badge went gold. Ah, 2 years. 2 years. Alright, so we are really happy with the level 3 hype train. And Majin Goku and MJerb are the leaders. 1 year. Only 1 year. Oh my god. 1 year. Shh. Do I even bother talking to you then? Okay, I do. You weren't cool enough in 2020. True. Yeah, you have 1 year to make it to 2 years. Otherwise, that's not good.
Tales of
Hey,
old
Splattery Pants, good morning and thank you. First 5 gift subs to the channel. Thank you very much. And 50 seconds, so get your snipes in if anyone wants to snipe those 16 subs or the 5k bits. That is now. It is not in 40 seconds because there's 40 seconds left, and that means there's probably only 20 seconds left. Or if you just want to join in on the hype train, now's the chance. No. 5, 4, 3, 20 seconds. Well, obviously less. Okay. Let me see. They are going to be down. Oops. Missed. Thank you very much for that hype train. Then we reset the counter to 0 days without hype train. And get some colors. For our future factories. Yeah. Is that a dolphin with the hands? So many splitters. I don't know, are people using as many splitters as I am in their builds? Because I feel I'm using a lot of splitters. Oh no, it's a merger. That's why I couldn't figure it out. Splitter. Okay, good. So tomorrow the European League of Legends starts. That is amazing. That's amazing. I'm really looking forward to that. Almost considered just canceling the stream for it, but I was like, nah, I can watch it, the rest of it after. So that means from now on there will be no League of Legends spoilers in chat, especially on Fridays and Saturdays. Don't come in and say, hey, did you just see that and that? And then go like, nope. And when I'm watching it afterwards, oh, it's not going to be fun. Heard the blue team won. Well, that's still too much. There's actually a new music video on made by LEC. It's really good. It's surprisingly good. They are just so good. Let's clarify. No LOL spoilers, whether it's an obviously vague joke or an actual spoiler. Yeah, vague jokes are also... people are just not getting how spoilers work. It's always like, yeah, but I didn't say it. No, but you said the opposite. So the fact that you said it jokingly means that now it's the opposite. Or, yeah, fake spoilers are as annoying as real spoilers are. They are at the same level of entertainment as whenever I have a serious technical issue. Have you tried turning it off and turning it on again? Like, okay, yeah. So that's where we are. It's not really that fun. So, yeah. I haven't had a good experience in that game. What? Yeah, but I mean, I would never play it. But then again, you can also watch American football without be playing it, right? I think that that's probably wiser to watch than play. So that's kind of the same way. It's about as I think where American football will hurt, give you physical scars, then I think League of Legends will give you emotional scars. And I don't know. I think that emotional scars will take longer to heal. So, none of Americans watch American football. I did, but then I kind of there's it 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 started feeling a bit like how do we say this, like dog fighting or cockfighting, where it's like this is animal cruelty, except it's not animals, it's people, but it's just too much abusive for me to be able to enjoy that. It's just basically a great representation of how American society works, is distilled as a sport. And when you start looking at it like that, it kind of loses its luster. So yeah, that's not. So did not did I kind of really fell out of love with that game. There. So, but I'm gonna watch some League of Legends because that's fun, and it's super entertaining. Anyway, this is gonna be an absolutely amazing factory when it's done, but it might take a bit of time. I think we're making good progress. The fact that we actually have built all the machines means that that's going to be the majority of our supply runs. Then we're going to do some supply runs for the belts and the splitters and all that stuff. But after that, there'll be some back and forth here, and then I'm pretty sure we'll get it activated next time. And Heroes of the Storm was more. But I learned how to play better from watching tournament games. Yeah. That's a big boy battery building. Absolutely. 600 big boy batteries eventually. And then we'll just run out of plastics in no time. The other things I think they might be able to keep up. Probably not aluminium. But yeah, maybe. But that's definitely going to run out of plastic. So someone needs to build more levels on the plastic factory at some point. Cool. That is going to be it for us tonight. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining. It's... And power? Yeah, power as well. I did build an extra level of power on my power building. Can we see it? Yeah, we can see it. No, that's actually not it. I did build an extra level on the power building just for myself when I had some time this afternoon, or maybe it was yesterday, I can't remember. And I'm probably going to have to do that again a couple of times as well. Stay safe, everyone. Know a lot of people with COVID. Yeah, including my kids had a bit of a scare that my ex-wife's husband, son just tested positive for COVID, so they were sort of figuring out that they were also COVID, and if they could self-isolate in the room in the house, and if they were coming here, and then I might have just, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I have the kids tomorrow. So, anyway, thank you everyone for joining. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow for the end of the Bloodborne run. I am so enjoying playing Bloodborne, so maybe you will enjoy watching me struggle with that. I did okay last time, except for the parts where I sucked. So, good night. Take care.